distance as it should be.
Так, Иван, не подскажешь, почему переводчики не отвечают?
Ivan, can you tell us why the translators are not answering? They are in their own channel and they're already talking there and they're translating. So far it's too early to translate, so they're there. I can hear them, everything is fine. Svetlana Evgenievna, can you see the presentation? Yeah, you can just press it and everything is fine. Dear colleagues, I suggest, yeah, do we have time? Yes, we can start. Ivan, is the connection there? There's no volunteers so far. So let's switch on the translation. It's 14:10. It's 14:10 actually. Okay, Ivan, we're waiting.
Светлана Евгеньевна, я всех запускаю или нет? Пользователь один вошел в зал ожидания.
Светлана Евгеньевна, shall I put everyone here? First, we will write information for him that he should really rename himself.
Мы пускаем тех, кого мы знаем. Ну или
So we will start. Okay, we will introduce everyone here. Terskaya said that something is wrong.
Давайте пройдемся по списочку. Так, ну Марина Алексеевна здесь.
Is Marina Alexeyevna here? Борис Ольга Викторовна, is she here?
Светлана Евгеньевна, у нас очень мало народу, у нас вот вы, получается, Марина Алексеевна, потом все остальное это два переводчика, я и записывающее устройство, и ретранслирующее. У нас еще есть Туриков и Клименко, и все.
Так, сейчас будем разбираться.
А Клименко у нас есть в программе?
Нет, Клименко это да Винчи. Это из числа соорганизаторов. Ну, может, еще будут подключаться, потому что люди на очные мероприятия более тщательно, дисциплинированно подходят к началу мероприятия. А здесь они могут чуть позже зайти. Так.
Борисова Ольга Викторовна заходит в конференцию.
Отлично. Угу. Так, ну давайте дальше пока. Я пишу письмо с просьбой созваниваться с людьми. Марина Алексеевна, проговорите всех остальных, кто присутствует. Может, кто-то еще... или мы всех знаем уже? Нет, бессмысленно, да?
Всех знаем уже, да.
Да.
Ольга Викторовна, приветствуем вас.
Здравствуйте, коллеги.
Ольга Викторовна, hello. Ольga Victor, you can switch off the microphone so far.
У нас на эту секцию не очень много людей подало заявки, поэтому она такая коротенькая у нас. Но я думаю, от этого она не будет менее интересной. Но самое важное, что мы делаем видеозапись, да, делается синхронный перевод, и она в любом случае будет выложена на сайте. То есть те люди, которые не успели ее посмотреть и поучаствовать онлайн, они это смогут сделать позже, по окончании конференции.
Давайте еще раз проверим, как работает у нас перевод.
Let's check out the translation again. What can I tell you? Thank you very much for working here. Everything is working just fine.
Ну, еще 1 минута у нас есть, так что ждем.
Да, последняя минута, да, перед началом. Светлана Евгеньевна, давайте в добрый путь.
Да, да, в добрый путь. Дорогие коллеги,
Dear colleagues, I'm glad to welcome you to our event. The section is quite small, but I think it's one of the most important ones because science and education are the areas that create the environment we're living in, and they define its development. And I think that the problems that we're going to discuss are very important and very actual. And I think that this section is not a profile section, and not all the people can see the problem to discuss these problems, this chance to discuss these problems. It concern all of us. Several technical things. I'm asking you microphone. We will try to follow the structure of conference because our participants can use for technical section for making a report. Unfortunately, there's already been some actions made, so there will be a replacement because life is not fair, as they say. If you will ask me, yeah, but it's very bad because if you switch off the microphone to a particular button, then there will be sounds that will be distorted.
Пожалуйста, заранее
And when you're asking about the presentation, well, and always spontaneous round table, have a spontaneous round table because some will not be there. Now I'm talking about in Ismailova. Please. Thank you, Svetlana Evgenievna. Dear colleagues, I welcome you to our section and at the practical conference, systemic analysis. Our section is not totally profile. If we look at various forums, both national and regional,
это внимание становится все более обширным. И связано это с тем, что наука...
The attention is increasing, and these issues, the science and education, are very important social issues. They're extremely important, and they will continue into tomorrow. We are dealing with the issues of scientists with respect, and we have to support the state the way possible. But science and education are influencing each other. It improves the scientific knowledge. And the important thing is to provide new knowledge for the new generation of people. So our future task is to teach young people to use all the arsenal of scientific methods and easily adapt to what's going on. And the dynamics of this time will provide us with a chance of modernization of technical approaches. So this is the problem that we're going to be talking about. And all these talks will be about that, about the systematic approach to science and education. Today we will presentations and speeches about the problems of education, problems of the human personnel, and using artificial intelligence. And there will be also questions related to methodological provision. My talk that I'm going to provide you for is exactly about that, online and offline. So this talk is important about online and offline. The last years been very turbulent. About The technological revolution are changing the education very much. The global competition for talent required the increase in the attractiveness of Russian education and Russian universities for Russian foreign students. We have to compete with the entire world. The competitiveness is defined by the presence of competence among the learners, and this requires a new format of work and teaching. Digital transformation is supposed to be interpreted as the digital economy is supposed to be interpreted not only as the production of digital services, but deep transformation of the processes themselves, the production of knowledge, translocation, communication. The digital economy in the area of science application is the implementation of digital technologies in everyday routine or the change of processes of thinking, of knowledge, in the scientific data, and if we look at the educational sphere and how reactive the sphere of education is in terms of accepting digital, we can say that affecting the sphere of education per terms is to look at how fast the digital decisions and solutions are made. We will see that the sphere of education is behind at least by 10 years. And so in 2011 that we started going to the Russian market, getting into it. This is a good tradition. Despite of the late arrival in the area of education, we will see that the number of people of different ages, not only in the education, but from diplomacy, are trying to learn digital technology. Statistics 2016, unfortunately, the US number more than 1.5% been already starting an online platform such education. It provides using Russian education platform as well. So the innovations in online courses is coming up. There will be a bunch of innovations, and we can see that to offer such exclusive knowledge that are open, that can be by very famous students. New design really answers the interest of new education, and it corresponds to the type of activities that the students can use for mastering the educational content. So this methodological is also very important. So those are very attractive factors that actually evoke interest in the part of the student. And of course, development of online education is very important because big amounts of educational values will be also used there. So we cannot deny the fact that digital technologies are triggers of new issues here. And they are very good on both their psychological abilities and learning the information. So we can see that this is really done really clearly. So the results of this peer research show us that the main characteristics are their immersiveness into the digital format of communication. They require, well, some new possibilities and some new issues, and the thinking of generation of supposed boomers. Well, this is quick thinking. Young people are already beginning to react to the new challenges, so they can develop themselves better in the digital environment, and they also expect from education. Marina Alexandrovna, could you move away from the microphone because there's uh, there's a problem. Zoomers are valuing their time, and they should understand that their pragmatic nature is important. And when changing this situation, we have to understand that the consumers is really important. So I really hope that you will be able to learn in any situation, and hopefully they will be able to. Zoomers are very very proud people, and they love freedom. And they're sure about their ambition, and they need approval and only pedagogical issues. So the generation Z is there, and the technologies that can be understood in the educational program require some answers. And in online education, one of the recent tendencies has been that you shouldn't be disposed against that, and we should see the advantages of online education here. You can see it in the graph. Here, the amounts of online education are increasing. Among other advantages are the accessibility of this education, this type of education. So there is no physical attachment to a particular place here. You can study from any part of the world, from any place you are in. It's very easy, and it provides the possibility of limited education. So the possibilities are endless. So one of the important factors is their chance to go through education and online courses. It provides a problem that now we don't have a right to deal with the results here. So the resultiveness of this education is very high. But so far, this discussion remains open. Is it good or bad? And the speed of education, the expensiveness of education is also very important. How pricey it is, how expensive. And the pluses are there. we are dealing with groups that are there. And unfortunately, it's expensive. It's more expensive, and it takes a lot of money to be there. So if we look at... Я не слышу за своим голосом, просто совсем звук ушел. Вот он был нормальный, он просто понизился. Я должен говорить тише. At the same time, it's about so what are the minuses of this? The difficulty of choosing the correct educational program that corresponds to the user's interest, the problem of particular face-to-face communication with the teacher. We don't have this communication. The absence of possibility of personal communication with group mates, lack of organization, so that prolongs the education, and of course lack of organization of the educational process. And the development of the educational function as well. So in terms of socialization, well, the shortage of the contact of the student in particular group, in different groups. Unfortunately, the interactive communication is important, and it also leads to...
Марина Алексеевна, прошу прощения, небольшая ремарочка. Вы могли бы не так близко к микрофону говорить, но попытаться говорить громче. Нашему переводчику очень-очень тяжело, и вас очень плохо слышно.
Хорошо. Вот так нормально будет?
So,
хотя бы вот так вот. Спасибо огромное.
Хорошо, спасибо.
Thank you very much. So, and the fixation of students on this issue it's within the perception limits and the lack of perfection there as well. It was difficult. It was mentioned at the very beginning that the questions of online education are leading to the lack of education and less competences that in this case are received. So as a result of it, the competitiveness is decreasing. And so the problems that we have in online education are related to offline education as well. Because there's a chance of possibilities here and in individual issues here. So we have to have an individual approach. So we have ideological issues here as well.
And those cases used based on the practice are relevant and implemented in offline education. And in this case, we can better guarantee mastering of qualifications planned in educational programs and competences in demand on the market. So online education, of course, keeps all the positive aspects we have to be inbuilt into online education. It's not a one-time experience. This is the technology which has solidly entered our life. And the way to implement online implementation into offline there are some obstacles, like unpreparedness of educators to use online technologies. I can say that myself, that for a long time I felt myself a confident user of PC, but while learning at the courses for digital information services, I understood that there is certain deficit of knowledge and skills. In this respect, of course, we need to upgrade qualification of each educator. Students feel certain inequality of their capacities. Well, when we have been making a poll on mass online education, of course, this digital divide expressed itself, this unpreparedness due to lack of computer hardware is an obstacle to education. And of course, solving education problems. If we need to control knowledge in online education, how we can activate the activities that need physical confirmation. So again, this preparedness for online education is an indicator of maturity, a higher education institution, and the readiness to function in digital environment. There are certain opportunities to develop, because I have told already about the courses that are being developed independently in educational institutions and specialized educational societies. Not so much of them in Russia. They are educational startups. They provide new solutions. There is a capacity to implement this paradigm of modern education, continuous education throughout the life, strengthening the links between theory and practice through virtual laboratory simulators that enable competence through software, the detection of skills and capacities of e-learners. In this context, we should tell about Tomsk experience. They use an education service to select the best people to learn in the programs. And the example of digital environment that help people learn new topics and get achievements. And Tomsk University is tracking those people and send personalized invitation to such people. And of course, coming back to proactive education instead of passive education, when students generate their own ideas, not just passively learn, and of course, creating high-quality interdisciplinary programs, results of polling students on whether universities are ready based on the results they felt during the autumn semester. It was considered by the Department of Science, and here we can see which are the problems that can probably rise in the future. If we speak about technical support of distance learning, 70% say that they can just partially use their personal account. 55% think that the technical support of the university hasn't been responding for long. Either they are not ready to help or not ready to communicate in this environment under these informational conditions. Besides that, how do you think whether your educational institution can correct errors and prepare for the new year? 52% said that they have succeeded, but partially in that. Are you satisfied with the process of education? Only with a small percentage of people, students have been expressing their satisfaction rather than dissatisfaction. A little bit less, by 0.5%, they are rather dissatisfied. It says that half of students in this case haven't been satisfied by the quality of education, and this is a substantial part. Where the students were timely informed on changes in distance learning, those errors in communication context, they have been mentioned. And here we can see that they have been considered. Which users do you prefer to use while learning and preparing homework? In this case, I can't be 100% confident in my evaluation, but from my point of view, 73% have been using smartphones, are limited in doing homeworks that have to be done ourselves outside the classrooms. This is a big percentage, and it lets us doubt the quality of education on such devices. Based on the results of the second semester of last year, I have the following picture. More than 80% of universities, they shifted to distance learning. What's happening with other universities? Just 11% of universities have digital infrastructure to organize online education. In this respect, all the educational institutions that are in the Russian educational environment have to be split in three groups in preparedness. First, those who have done something technologically and can do online learning. The second group of universities are those who are still growing up their digital infrastructure. Those who are facing problems not just with internet, but also with other things, just lack of light or irregular light or electricity. More than 70% of universities practice of organizing the distance learning education. 10% have serialized their experience in organizing their contents in distance learning. This is a small part that has to be considered a certain barrier in distance learning. Besides of that, you see those figures. I wouldn't comment on all of them, but I can see that more than 1,000 courses are available. On educational resources. What are the solutions that are possible when we cannot do without online education? Digital solutions help us process larger array of data. When we speak about the data that characterizes every student, starting from the original education format, when they start learning in university, and then they are establishing their portfolio. Of course, this data is a huge amount, and in this respect, it's helpful to use intelligent agent software like electronic tutor. It collects the arrays of data to control and support the process of education. Being on time with tests and homeworks, with reminders. Analysis of quality, a notification on problem points which the students have currently that they can correct to be successful, and also individual correcting programs that signify that certain elements of electronic support is of course needed. Should you please a little bit louder? Results of independent work of the system and the integration with integrated systems. Of course, it requires huge data processing effort, and human brain can't do that in the usual manner. We can say that this intelligent agent is interacting with electronic tutors of other students, not just collecting data about one student, but also integrates it in the single system with the capacity of building a rating and those prospects of growth every student has. What are the trends of educational technologies and in which models they can be used? First and foremost, I'm happy to say that our university adheres to the model of mixed education, where the education process combines traditional learning, like lectures and workshops and online training with viewing video and audio materials. Would hope that this period would happen after we are out from this deep distance learning. Since that, we have the option to implement other education technologies, personalized education, and here I specify this personalized learning as the technology with phenomenological model of education that takes into account individual capacities and need of a specific student. Those are mainly private schools which have small groups or provide individual learning, which is not available in mass education, but only because this is not just because it's costly, but also because educators have to be additionally trained in individual conveyance of knowledge, upgrade of their pedagogical competence. On-demand learning. This is learning which can requires full independent activity of the student throughout learning, from selection of the set of courses to build individual trajectory of learning and up to independent control of the knowledge. Rationalistic model of education in Russia is not implemented in Russia when large companies or organizations provide for classes to master practical skills, and through that just gaining new knowledge. Basically, this is the overseas model, and social educational tools which have the capacity to use social media to arrange groups, classes, and ways to implement projects and groups of students of different ages to implement projects that are relevant, interesting, and a specific domain. And there is a question, who's going to teach in those new formats? And in this case, I give an example from the research where there's a tendency that traditional lectures from educators with the traditional approach to education, to lecturing from paper, it's not an active figure of today's education process. And you can see that here we can see new skills and professions which are entering the education domain. And when I'm preparing students and with diplomas who are ready to study in the gaming environment, gamified environment, and practice-oriented environment. Of course, educators need and have the right to be central along with the students in the education process. That's why this mixed education is a win-win solution when the values of traditional education are kept, but nevertheless they're integrated in a new contemporary format of education milieu, which is called online education. Dear colleagues, so here, that's all from me. Based on the topics of presentations included into my programs, I see the capacity of capitalizing on the thoughts formulated today in my presentation by my colleagues. Thereby, I suggest to do it like this, if you support this. Then we'll give the word to other presenters, and as a result of all presentations, we can discuss the results and share ideas, solutions, and we can meet in the roundtable format in the end of the session. Okay, thank you very much, Marina, and we have 2 minutes to ask questions now. So, colleagues, do you have any questions? If you have any questions, you can raise your hand or just put on your mic and speak. No hands raised. So, Marina, let me ask the question. You said that creation of those electronic platforms, it's basically the initial step. It involves growth of effort. But don't you think that in the conditions when the world is really changing drastically and we have to constantly adapt to new technology, to new ideas that are emerging in the community, in the society and community, so those efforts have to be continuous. So we have to constantly adapt. We do not have the option to get return on effort with the minimum effort. Svetlana, the question is really precise. This is the question from an educator who is feeling huge effort, not just from preparation, but also to prepare education materials, which of course require high effort. I fully support you that effort at the original step of learning, it not just involves the time, but also those complexities, for example, psychological, which require the knowledge of digital tools we have to master. But still we should aspire that as we are mastering the digital tools, the effort to create new education materials would be minimum. But nevertheless, they are continuously changing and new formats are emerging, for example, for tests or online interaction through certain education services. Of course, they would be maintained. This is the phase that has to be carried by the educator throughout their lives. Thank you very much. I would give the floor now. We're missing one presentation and one presenter has moved due to circumstances. I would give the floor to Alexander Tsurikov and tell about influence of university education on constituting educated potential. So, Alexander, 25 minutes and 5 minutes to Olga, like this. So, can you hear me? Can you see my presentation? I won't pretend for 20 minutes. I've prepared formulation of my doubts. I would now share certain valuation of some conflicts in the market, where precisely we have to use research potential, and what's the situation there as an external factor. What's happening now in universities as the forgery of research potential for life and for the market. So this is quite a contradictory process in the labor market. Although before there was some discussions and arguments between physicists and lyricists, when we have been people were inventing nuclear physics, artificial intelligence and neural networks, and probably it would have become prestigious for research. But High School of Economy research showed that among young people, being a scientist, working and realize yourself in research is despite just by 1 out of 10 students. On the other hand, over the latest 5 years, we're getting less people working in science, in scientific developments, and in applied and fundamental research. Thirdly, the potential for the basis, for the research basis, not just in the lab, but also in this project-based activity, creation of samples, and driving them to pre-production stage. And fourthly, we feel this intensity of focus on this leakage of brains of young people who first just attempting to continue their education abroad, but focusing to continue implementing their research potential outside of Russia. Very often it's expressed by 1 out of 3 they're not going to come back to Russia, even after 5 years of getting professionally implemented there. We have opened up more than 200 of managers in Russian companies. We have polled, and the higher is the potential, the more often in their professional workload they have this share of research. Although the lowest step of the ladder, research is 0.3% of working day, but for top management it's about 80%. Up to 80% are forced to do analytics. It's not just big data. In this respect, based on research and monitoring in our university practice, it's Moscow and 17 affiliate offices, and the results in other universities. That's why we're speaking about just that today's research potential constituted in universities, not always capitalized, Here we have two pillars, the capital, what we have capitalized scientific and education potential of the universities, professors, trainers, scientific experts. This potential is not always implemented in students. In this case, we have to take into account motivation. If we look at dynamics and structure of evaluation of satisfaction in the conditions inside the universities among professors and scientists, science and scientific activities organized inside the university is get the lowest rating. Later, I will explain what's the reason behind that, given by educators. We see that that's critical, and in this e-learning year, we can see we're not gonna leave this really quick. This mark has decreased further. There is a reason behind, but that's not a reliever. So, mostly people are satisfied by staffing. Those are staff or outstaff personnel. What people are dissatisfied with? Educators are dissatisfied with the system for motivation, working hours planning. Here we see the conflict of time for education and methodical activities, and also providing the capacities to universities to implement their research project. How it looks in the context of distribution of on staff, out staff, and part-time employees. Those people who are less loaded by education activities, for them it's just a pleasure to do science. They're using all the capacities provided by the universities and are actively implementing their results in the education activities. More critical, this is for 70 to 80% of all the educators are on-staff employees who have this conflict between education activities and scientific research. How it looks scientifically, how it looks in the context of seniority. In the first presentation we saw was the specifics of Generation Z, and what can be the response from university. We can reverse this. What's the specifics of us, senior educators? Are we conservators? We are not into innovative technology, but all in all, it results in such a critical stance.
And what do the focus groups say? What do our scientific colleagues say? How do they explain this critical approach in comparison with the other spheres to science? Well, first of all, there is a great formalization and a great chasing of criteria and indicators related to the struggle and the fight for the rating place. And this, of course, influences the quality very much. So the majority of those, the majority, except for maybe 7% of those that have been polled, take part in scientific research because this is for competition. This is necessary for the points that we have to support the corporate honor of their university, and only small numbers of educators that do not care about the number of publications and the ratings, that only publish it when they have something to say. And this formalism, bureaucracy in science, I'm afraid very soon it will pay off in a negative way, unless we really have something changed in terms of chasing indicators. There is one more thing. There's two groups of teachers. One group is that are based on the setting that they're doing education, they're carrying out educational activities in the university. And if they do so once, then they actually do research and include that in the educational process. This is a bigger group. And the smaller group is those that are already taking part periodically or systematically in research. It's interesting for me. They get carried out with their topic, and they go ahead with that topic. And the system, the university system, is actually supporting that. So those that big group that actually do not consider research as a very big requirement for them, very big need. Does this group reproduce among students scientific potential? And at the example of the open question, we've already been conducting fourth monitoring session there. This is an open question. 7,000 students say, and they clearly say that they give a name of themselves, that 35 of those teachers, they nominate them for I'm sorry, I made a mistake. 35% of particular names of teachers. But when we ask them, just can you give us names of your mentors? Well, this percentage is only 10. Even though we know 100% of students defend their diploma works and qualification works, as well as a series of various educational processes in which they are taking place, be that diploma work, student collectives, were 10% only. And this is what we outlined the red light. Can this small number of them provide for the ability for students to learn and to form competences? And this is how students today, well, this is an index already that was compared to 1. How do they see the weak and the strong points? Used to be students, and now we're talking, used to be teachers, and now we're talking about students. And here is the role of the structural system, the system of motivation. They also consider the level of formality very high, and the lack of help. As far as their mentors are concerned. So this institution is not working, actually. So we can see that every second student is taking part in the research. And we realize that not every article is a problem here. So the students are not expressing their concern that in the future they will take their scientific potential as a part of their work. So I just reserved 3 minutes for myself. So those are the competences that are the heart and soul of these people. So this may be critical, but the technological technological elements are very important. So those are hard skills. As for soft skills, so there is unequal critical points. This initiative and secretiveness. So this is a long-term and very, very important process. So as far as this is concerned, we wanted to show the potential for the universities. If we, with labor market, it's pretty much understandable. I kind of showed it at the beginning as controversies and contrast. But now we will see how it is for our students to kind of fill in our ranks. So up to 25% of the students are ready for that, are ready to work for the university. So basically, this is the inbreeding effect that we may be talking about here. And also as a teacher as well. But in reality, it's only 7% of them. On the other hand, the youth in general understand that the science is very important, and they see that this is a higher mark than in Russia in general. And the question is, if this is how it looks like, if this is a positive picture, then why? Why can't we see the quality and the quantity of it so that we would restore their scientific potential? I think that if I set up more questions to which even I don't have answers as a result of research, I think that it would be a better performance in that case, a better speak on my part. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alexander Georgievich. Do you have any questions for Alexander Georgievich?
Ну, тогда можно я опять, ну, сначала реплику скажу, а потом задам вопрос.
Can I say something in that case, and then I will ask a question? Do you remember that in the forest lake, when this system was being introduced, based on all these indicators and so on, do you remember that I spoke back then, but I was not supported? And the idea was that the result may be totally opposite. Because the expenditures for this system will exceed the publications. And the publications will not be just scientific. They will be, well, just because they need to be. They need to be. And there's systematic questions related to that. A person that does something because he has to do it, the pattern of his behavior will be always the same. He tries to achieve acceptable result, minimizing the time expenditures and expenditures in terms of his energy and labor. It's only when he is carried away that his behavior will change. He tries to maximize the result. Which is what we need. These are two different models of behavior. Can you understand that? So, if we want for our science to develop, we have to provide maximum freedom and environment that people will be able to implement their dreams into life through. What we can see is the result of the organization system. We have to change the attitude to the science and education. As for the question here, the question is, you were talking about students, that students define, well, what do we say? The professors that are good teachers, but it's not just enough for mentorship to be there. What do you think? Do they need this sort of mentorship? Where's the bigger problem? They don't want to be teachers. Students don't want to be teachers. And or is it does it lie in some other area altogether? Well, I would like to mention the first part of your question. You were right, and dynamics is the attitude of teachers to this kind of over organization of science. It's not directly connected with the quality of results in education. 1, 2, 3. This is what we can offer, but we can offer the amount. And I feel that based on the system and the pressure of the system, things will happen that are probably not so bad, but they're quite negative. We have to run. We have to run. I wanted to use it as a slogan. I wrote it down. The needed flash requirement. We kind of have to do it, but we don't really need it. And one of us writes it down. There's no clear research. It's fake. It's a fake. One is writing it, the others are standing around and looking at it. So the scientific collapse will happen because, and as a result of those publications, there'll be no added knowledge, no value of knowledge. There's nothing to analyze there. I didn't want to speak about it this way. We have analyzed 32,000 of sources on the topics of intercultural communication. We just use a number of words because they're really very good words. But what's behind that? In this inflow of articles, some articles that are really important cannot be found. They get lost in them. So the motivation is lost. You're completely right. Motivation goes compares together with that. But there's people who can write 30 articles in Scopus. About what can you write so many articles? Or a woman was competing in competition 30 monographers that she wrote. How is it possible to write so many books? A teacher, how can a teacher write so many books? What are we talking about? There is things that we simply can't imagine. Yeah. That person would make your department proud. Well, I'm not so sure, I say. I will try to make a parallel. Students come to us for the first year, and we look at that, and then we think that they come from very independent work, and we tell them, guys, come on, there's a new task for you, independent task. So the pause is what can a student do by himself, and the pause is both technologically and in terms of content. The student doesn't know. We may ask them. We ask actually second-year students what problems they have in the first year. We think that they've been taught that at school, but they've been taught to make a beautiful presentation, and this is what they are trying to demonstrate to us. They know how to make beautiful pictures. That's what they make. That absolutely do not have any sense. We don't teach them, and if we don't teach them, independently, they should be studying by themselves. This is how it's done. They will. That's how we're thinking. We're asking them to be thinking, well, this can be individual work, but we want this to be a project work. So it will not happen if we leave the student alone. So the critical evaluation of what happened, well, for part of the students, this help will not happen. And for those who don't want to take part in it, well, that's your business. Yeah, it's a very big problem, yes. Maria Alexeyevna, you wanted to ask something? I wanted to thank Alexander Georgievich for raising such an important question. And I have the following question. At the beginning of the talk, you said that the process is prestigious, and it's only in the eyes of the student. But I left my my attention here outside the kind of the idea of this talk. So there's statistics that the difference between the payment of the high-level doctor and the driver in Russia is only 20 times. In Germany, 40. In Brazil, 170 times. So maybe we should look from the point of view to the non-material part here. What do you think about that? Thank you. But these factors are correct. But from our university environments, we cannot influence those factors. Well, for our research activities, we have to prove that if we don't take such decisions, then it will be 0 point. So in Finland, for example, the prestige is very high, and the results are very, very different. In Finland, the prestige takes one of the main positions here, and I'm really for it. But in the university, you have to understand those possibilities those points are very minimal, even through our participation in the scientific development on the part of the government. So we make such recommendations. So after, so what do you do with our recommendations? It's very interesting just how many of them are part of it. Thank you, colleagues. So now in the schedule on our program, Borisova Olga Viktorovna about the platformization of the education as part of the educational development. Olga Viktorovna, please.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues.
Покажите, пожалуйста, появилась презентация на экране?
Can you see my presentation, please? Can you hear me very well? Yes, we can. I think that you should be speaking more loudly. The translators are asking to be speaking more loudly, not just close to the microphone, but more loud. All right?
Две секунды, уважаемые коллеги.
Just a couple of seconds, dear colleagues. I will try to, just a second, to understand with the panel here. My topic today is about the platformization of education, and I would like to be speaking about what we're going to arrive at in some period of time. This tendency has started about to 7 years ago. Transition to digital technologies has stimulated a lot of important processes, and they are really receiving a lot of profit for the platformization. We have researched the platformization points, and we understood the importance of this definition exactly for our research, because very often platformization from the technical viewpoint happens, and mostly it happens for choosing one platform or another, where specialists of particular companies can create particular digital services. And because we started speaking about business getting its own platformization, we have to know what we understand by platformization. And in this case, we found several explanations for this term. As we can see, by platformization, we understand the connection between the architecture and the goods, and using platform technologies that allow us to get connected to one platformization standard with the added value. And of course, the concepts and business models of the socioeconomic systems are very important here as well. So, speaking about the possibility of having the added value, leads to the fact that very often businesses allow us to have a platform type, so to speak, and to unite functions of particular companies that we were connected. So those are we have to divide the ecosystem or organization. Even though many researchers we can create a very, very important ecosystem. So we have to connect users so that it can be like social currency, which leads to general profit. Today we understand that it has big advantages as well, but big companies, big number of companies provide industrial platforms. So it's the industrial platforms that allow us to get the network effect that increase the value of companies that go to these platforms for their stakeholders, and they increase the value of these platforms. So to use their infrastructure, they take expenditures upon themselves. We can see it in the banking sphere, and most of it's the company that wins from it, that benefits from it, that comes out on this platform. And these platforms allow us to create value, to define new business models, to aggregate the required competences and knowledges of special valuable employees, so that they would be able to be used by many companies in order to promote their services, to propel them forward through these kind of platforms. But my topic is related to the educational platforms, all right. And as for now, educational platforms are related to one of the types of platforms in the digital format, and they are related to the applied platforms. So they are actually business models of algorithmizing change of values among the big numbers of the market that actually decreases this expenditures. So this speaks about the system of the labor market. So we can be talking about two digital platforms that are important: the open education, where the leading universities are putting out their educational courses, and here we already have 663 open courses on quite a big number of preparing the Russian students. And the second service is the service with students and teachers, and they are related to students and teachers in the first to 11th class on all disciplines that are dealing with the school program. But of course they are the same ones, and you can talk about different competitions, different tests, that all can be different, but it can give us a particular certificate. Those may be private initiatives, and partly the service is paid, and they do a particular number of tasks only. So what role is played by the organs of the state authorities? How do they change the information in the services? We can be talking about preparing children for further life in our society, and we should give them particular competences, and especially students that have to understand what they will be doing in the future in their professional life. Unfortunately, in this case, we will not be able to see particular influence on these services. And in this case, unfortunately, the only thing that can be realized in both services is the personal educational program. But now we may be talking about something else. When we're talking about educational platforms, we mean particular number of specialists in particular departments. And of course, in this case, we can realize this in the state authorities, in the services that don't take part in the into account the interests of employers. So whatever the institute or school are interested in, those are the priorities that they have to have. So that both school and university could understand their interests, we have to conduct research so that it will be repeated regularly. Because the dynamics of the market can change very thoroughly, and the interests of employers change, and we have to understand that we have to have new types of specialists that can be thinking in the right way. So what can we do about that? We start talking about various individual competences among students. But what competences are those? Can we form such competences without the necessary scientific research? The question is quite rhetoric. What is suggested is the global educational platform that has to be developed in this case, and it answers the requirements of particular category, particular direction, particular industries. And as for now, the digital technologies allow us to organize this process using the artificial intelligence and machine education and so on. So as for the educators, well, this platform has to take into account their requirements and their needs, and not only take into account again without taking into account modern realities, but the service searching for work has to be also put on this global educational platform, because this is the platform, and the students and the universities that are taking part in it will probably see just what competences the employer wants to get from a modern specialist, and how to transform these competences, and probably to do some scientific research in this competence. Of course, it's hard to realize so this is one of the elements it has to connect the universities, the authorities, so that we can we have to organize this service in the personal cabinet, and it's in the entire life. So this service will gather information. So the service itself shall be able to include educational platforms of the educational institutions. So that we can select the courses for the student that will help him to develop the necessary competences that he himself considers necessary for his own future successful activities, be that in business or in state services. So in order for this platform to work very well, we have to work out an informational database that will have results of monitorings of new competences for the already working employees and prognostications of developing state order from state and municipal organs. And other than that, the monitoring of this information is extremely important, and the correction of this information is extremely important. Unfortunately, untimely changes in information provision can lead to negative results. Our whole educational system may suffer and experience difficulties. So how can web service look like? I will try to formulate this process and what can happen in this case. First of all, we have to develop the tooling that will allow to carry out and fill in the portfolio of those beginning from kindergarten with the average special educational results. The perfect moment would be the variant in which we wouldn't be losing specialists out of sight, but would continue the education at the requalification courses and courses of increasing his competence with his employer. So in order to prepare competent employees, we need to work out a database. So it's a bank with a regular correction of him for modern professions. And as we can see, the specialist competences are being changed, and we unfortunately we have to change these competitions and the process of preparation for specialists, both the professions that we are ready to provide. As for the information part, that it should be courses and educational disciplines that are worked out according to the educational standards by schools, colleges, and universities, so that they would be able to receive the necessary competence when they really need they really need that to happen. They really need the necessity of it, and this will lead to the operative realization of the educational activities. It will lead to the higher educational system being restructuring its processes, because they will have to put a big amount of information for access, to put it out. And here we have a moment related to regulation, because we know that we're talking about the author's rights, the copyrights. And in this field, that we have to work very well on the modernization of the Russian education and Russian educational legislation before we can realize this concept.
Для того, чтобы эта система заработала,
so that this system works well, we have to have information for every stage of preparation. And this will be difficult to gather, but we have to gather that information on the regular basis. We should see how the interests are changing, personal characteristics are changing, so that the system would automatically provide him the direction of education and the necessary competences that should be there. So this will allow us to actually avoid constant replanning of specialists, and so they to be using state funds more economically. So will you please finish your speech? And as for senior generation, we have to say that the service will allow us to operatively solve the problem based on the requirements that the employers are telling us about. Of course, this service will have a lot of advantages. So right now, we can look at those advantages on the screen. Dear colleagues, at this point, I would like to finish my presentation. And if you have any questions, then I'll be ready to answer those. Will you tell us, did I understand you correctly, that you believe that by creating such a platform, we will automatically solve the problem of individualization of education in terms of the educational trajectory, as well as other problems related to the organization of educational process? I think that this will be one of the stages that will allow to organize it. And I think that it will be organized on a higher practical and theoretical level. And at the same time, it will optimize the federal expenditures for the preparation of specialists. I'm not advocating the idea of just going totally into the internet and implementing the specialist preparation exclusively with the help of internet technology. It's not what I'm talking about. But when it comes to the process of re-qualification, especially re-qualification, I think that it will move to either one or several platforms, depending on the specificity of education. I wanted to pay your attention to the fact that all of our good interests, good computerization things, they kind of lost the reality. And those were the problems that, those were the problems that you understand, that creating platforms like this may be useful only in one case, when we well, when we have all the reality structured and we understand the structure of what we're going to be doing, and it should find a part. It should find its own place in the system. If it's just created for the sake of it being created, it will only take a lot of time from the people, and it will not prove to be effective. Of course, I'm not someone to judge here. I'm not saying that I should judge, just that I'm expressing my opinion about this. I have my doubts. Frank, I have my doubts. I think one of the problems is that the government is already trying to realize certain directions, and I see that the educational part will be done there as well, and I think that it's important. Dear colleagues, do we have questions? Any more questions for the speaker? Olga Viktorovna, will you tell us who will be the platform moderator? Have you thought about that? Have you delegated someone for that? As for the moderator, well, I haven't thought about this. This is a little bit kind of still in the process of making. We are trying to find something. And as for the government plans, well, we already have the platform ideas, the platform development for schools. As far as the higher education is concerned, and particular services, well, I mentioned them already. So I think that at the end we'll come to the third block that is related to the question of qualification increase. Well, thank you very much. So I thought that now we'll have a break. So yeah, so that we have a break, and at 16 we will start again. Thank you. Thank you. We will not get out of the system. Good afternoon, Marina Alexeyevna. Marina Alexeyevna, this is the next talk mine?
Следующий доклад
The next
у
talk?
нас Байтенова Лаура Маратовна.
Тогда готовиться, да?
Загружать.
Mauna Maratовna, please.
Спасибо, спасибо.
Yes, please.
Марина Алексеевна, начинайте, пожалуйста.
Marina Alexeyevna, will you start, please?
Итак, уважаемые коллеги,
So, dear colleagues,
продолжаем работу нашей секции.
we will continue with our section.
Слово для доклада
And now
Байтеновой Лауре Маратовне.
it's Байтенова Лаура Маратовна,
У Амбиковой Мафори Гусмановне.
Амбикова Мафора Гузмановна,
На тему цифровизация экономики,
digitalization of economy, the world experience of education. Dear colleagues,
пожалуйста, вам слово.
dear colleagues, well, I have a word for you.
Уважаемые коллеги, вы слышите?
Dear colleagues, can you hear me?
Лаура Маратовна.
Laura Maratovna, can you hear me?
Я слышу. А переводчики слышат?
Can the translators hear me?
У меня звука нет. Вы слышите уже доклад?
Нет,
Марина Алексеевна,
Can you hear me?
презентация вышла, да?
The presentation is there. Is the presentation there? It's kind of strange a little.
Нужно немножко уменьшить и нажать.
Probably you should downsize it a little bit.
Минутку. Теперь как?
How is it now? Same.
Теперь лучше. Сейчас стало хуже. Так, да, вот давайте F5.
Now it's better.
Пока слайды.
Сейчас.
Можно так, да. Все замечательно. Слушаем вас,
It's
коллеги.
just great.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. We are happy to hear you, all the conference participants, and we would like to thank the organizers for a chance to speak. So we would like to offer the topic about the breakthroughs in education. The actuality of these questions is, without exaggeration, is really important. We have to rethink our approaches to education. So over this time, education, the attitude to education have cardinally changed. They will be changing with the growth in digitalization in education. The issues of digitalization, both material and financial, in the quality of life in education, or in the spectrum of attention of all the states. The size of the world economy from the world of ВВП.
Темпом роста экономики и ее цифровизации показывает разделение стран. разделение стран по группам на лидеров, перспективных, замедляющих роста и проблемные. Число лидеров, вот как показывает на
the number of leaders
показано на слайде,
is
такие страны, как Сингапур, Япония,
includes Singapore, Hong Kong,
Новая Зеландия, Эстония, Израиль и Арабские Эмираты.
Estonia, Israel, Arab Emirates.
Высокие темпы развития цифровизации, сохранение позиций, в которых стабильно, и они продолжают лидировать в применении и развитии инноваций и технологических процессов.
They are leading in the process of innovation and the technological development. The prospective countries are developing and they are promoting the innovation part and the technological part, even though the processes of civilization are at a very low level. So the possibility is there. So as for the countries of such as Australia, Korea, and Scandinavia, because they, in a long period of time, they were showing the civilization growth, and they decreased their level. So without the development and the innovation time, these countries can fall behind. Egypt, Peru, Pakistan, Greece.
Such countries are facing low level of digitization and much slower rates of growth. And now Kazakhstan is a catching up country based on the Boston Consulting Group in growing of digitization. To overcome the rating, we need the revolutionary measures for digitization, which are now on the agenda for many countries. Here I would like to show the slide. So Europe is leading, then comes North America, and then Asia and Oceania, then Latin America and the Caribbeans, near the Middle East and Africa comes last. This report shows that the European countries are progressing quicker than the other world. And this can be related to strong European collaboration with this focused policy of Industry 4.0. So we have space for insights, and to put this into the state programs of our countries, for example, in the context of our mutual digital space. In the end of 20th and beginning of 21st century, we face certain challenges in different areas which have been pronounced during the pandemics, in spite of the programs in education to solve the emerging problems. International consortium of education organizations which are investigating new research technology. This is a yearly report in the context of higher education around the globe. we consider 4 scenarios up to 2021. The first is growth, 2024. First is growth, is just carrying up existing trends into the future. The second is contrast, where the secondary higher education is continuing, but as its role is decreasing. The third is pessimistic approach with collapse, where the higher education is progressing, fails, and is not accommodating change. Scenario number 4 is transformation, when higher education creates new successful paradigms for themselves. This is the approach with all 4 points of the compass, so that the better future alternatives are supported. We can progress along any of such scenarios, and it's important to foresee the multiplicity of future options and work of them, selecting the path to transform education, focusing on the realities of today and future development. As we tackle state programs of CIS, based on the example of Russia and Kazakhstan, we can see the basic features here. Here you can see the program for digitization of Kazakhstan, and next is the program of Russia. Here you can see the scenario along transformation of all the areas of economy, including education. It's clear that higher education, as it existed before, it gets changed by the new ecosystem of education. If we see the core relevant challenges in education, they are as follows. What's the current situation with providing the programs of education in different forms of education and in different levels? What are the basic measures in CIS countries to provide for the quality and continuity of educational programs? What are the resources, materials that are available in our countries to support education continuity? What are the main challenges for education continuity within the pandemics? And how can you provide for relevant basis for the future of the education process? And what are the options for international cooperation, sharing of experience or resources between the countries? Well, by and large, here we see the necessity in the developing of a digital university model. And I would outline that since the beginning of pandemics, everywhere we see that the development of such a university model is getting forward fast. Electronic portfolio, electronic education plans, websites are developed. Here it's important to take into account the focus of digitization of science and technology, on-demand education, where need is basic. New competences, qualification inflation, predominance of project-based and research activities, professional guidance, readiness to change the functional description, job description, or occupation, networking, flexibility and adaptivity, continuous update of network education programs based on big data analysis. And The most important, I would say, is the quality of education. And from this viewpoint, I would shift to digital innovative content and driving new digital methodologies for training. Experience for such education is available. Those are advanced educational technologies, the main features of which are shown at this slide. Of course, there are certain applications and tools that provide for its implementation, like Moodle, for example, Massive Open courses, Coursera, and others. All this in the same Horizon reports. In 2015, we saw basic issues of technologies and tendencies in education that are relevant today. This is shown on this slide already. Here, the main out of long-term and needed perspectives are increasing the intensity of cooperation between educational institutions. This is most relevant and available. Probably here we can consider sharing of experience, involvement of foreign experts, academic mobility for professors and students are real and possible today. And I would like to summarize. I would like to highlight that we have the background and capacities. The only thing that we have to work and cooperate at every level in the context of our current realities and the view of the perspectives. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Laura. Dear colleagues, what are your questions to our presenter? Laura, what do you say? You have mentioned 4 scenarios: growth, limitation, pessimistic approach, and transformation. What would you say? Which scenario is most expected in the context of Kazakhstan? Laura, can you hear us right now? Yeah, I hear. Just a moment. The scenario, the growth with carrying through the paths into the future, we are driving forward. Of course, we have problems, but everything is solvable, of course. And also I got interested in one term in your presentation. What do you mean by this term inflation of qualification? Inflation of qualification, basically my opinion, and I think that today, for example, there's lots of arguments that we can be a programmer and IT guy after some courses, but I think that basic education is needed and any other specialties can be got on top of that. Of course, you are right to a certain extent. We are not speaking about the market of diplomas, so that the expert has a diploma to confirm the qualification. Speaking about skills, for example, specialists in demand on the market, like bachelors, should be fine-tuned to a specific domain and be able to confirm this level. And there are probably some process. In Kazakhstan also, you have this procedure for independent evaluation of qualification, and that's why those tests that allow to understand the level of qualification now are in demand on today's market. That's why from market of diploma, we go to the market of skills and qualifications. Dear colleagues, what other questions do you have to Laura Baitenova? No questions? Probably we will hear them at the end of our section. Thank you very much for your presentation. I would give the floor to Krotov Grigory. Grigory, are you here with us? I see that you are here. Dear colleagues, here is a report about facilitation of education based on artificial intelligence. Okay. Can you see the screen? So you can see my screen, okay? Oh yeah, now we can see, yeah. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grigory Krotov, student of Information Technologies and Big Data Analysis, and my specialty is IT Management and Business. I say that this is a very promising student. He's one of our co-hosts. He got involved with system methodology from his first year and just continues his independent research. Thank you very much, Svetlana. Today I would say about the features for facilitating education based on artificial intelligence. What I would tell you about. What's my work about? What's the features of education? I would tackle education as a system. I would tackle efficiency as interaction between employer, university, and candidate, perspectives for education, and meta-competencies. And also facilitation of education based on artificial intelligence. And which features can artificial intelligence offer to intensify education, facilitate education. So to improve education, how artificial intelligence can help. Facilitate means to assist rather than change. It means that we have to improve so as to bring up the current system, drive it to its target state. I selected as the basic viewpoint this interaction between the university and the employer. And the tasks were identify specifics and tendencies of education, identify the specifics of interaction between universities and employers, identifying of systematic specifics, and define the ways to apply artificial intelligence to facilitate education and work. First of all, let's take the terms. What's the education? Based on the federal law about education in the Russian Federation, education is a holistic process of education and training. Here I would like to underscore, this is a goal-oriented process. At the output, we have to get prepared, educated staff. But education is not just getting competences and skills listed in the definition, but also education that creates values, not just competences, but also understanding of ethics, further important points that are required for proper functioning of the society. Of course, it's the system. Otherwise, if education was not a system, we could not have done anything. So basically, what are the main features, specifics of education? First of all, education is a process-based system. It's continuous, both in time and space, and independent on specific context. There are certain features. Personalization. You can see that today education is really personalized. It means not just that there is individual approach to every student, but also that everyone can independently select their learning trajectory or learning path, already mentioned here. Value of life education is growing. Now I'm mentioning Mr. Konev's research back in 2018. He said that because of this shift to distance learning, the quality of education can vary both positively and negatively, but trainees need to be supported by live tutor. It's really difficult to communicate just with a machine or with a lecturer on the screen. Selection of development path is correlated with competition, of course. When education becomes of higher quality, competition grows. This is both competition for education and after education. First of all, people would try to get high quality of education, but also the employer would like to select the best out of the best. The model of dialogue. In Russian Federation, we don't have any specific idea about how to educate. In the classical model of interaction between the teacher and student, the teacher is a unique holder of knowledge and the student is just studying. Today, we have this dialogue model growing when the roles are being shifted. The teacher is a mentor and student is self-learning, being remote from practice. This is a tendency. Lots has been said about that, whether it's good or bad. It seems that that's not so good, because after education, graduates, that they just can't normally perform their working functions. So this is our point of view. It's employer and university. Those those colleges are specified here in the bottom left corner. After such a college, they can do some physical job. Here we can draw an analogy. Say, for example, after becoming a bachelor or magistrate, a person has to stand behind a mental machine, and this is the production model. But this model has the following specifics. First of all, it's narrow. Of course, the employer wants so that after the baccalaureate, the graduate can solve all the problems, but it reduces mobility inside the university. Increasing of specialty grows efficiency, but also work normatives are increasing. This has been proven by experiments. And I created the following cycle, which reflects this increasing feedback cycle inside the system. Say, for example, the goal of the business is to reduce the wages, the payroll. Social payments are also decreased. Profit is growing. If we reduce the payroll, we can invest into automation, making only the most complex tasks non-automated. For this, we would need more efficient personnel. As soon as we have this personnel, normatives grow, so for the same job we can pay less. Again, the payroll is decreasing. What is good or bad? It's difficult to say about that. On the one hand, of course, it results in growth of work efficiency, growth of accumulated knowledge, but on the other hand, it was identified, it increases the amount of regulations and payroll and pay per unit. This is mental effort rather than physical. What are the perspectives and what are meta-competences? About meta-competences, I would say those are competences and getting competences. I would suggest this meta-competence is an artifact of a diploma about higher meta-education. Now we have a diploma on higher education. Say, for example, why can't we evaluate self-learning competence of a person? They can also be tested in this domain. Certificate of internalization and the externalization of knowledge. It means that the candidate who would like to get employed, they can explain and also understand explanation. This is really important because to a certain extent the candidate is an element in the system related to work, and as soon as this element which is not related yet to the organization is integrated in the organization, the less painful are changes to the organization and better for the system itself. Let's say a few words about artificial intelligence, but first of all, let's say a few words about intelligence itself. This is a quality of psyche. It consists of the capacity to adapt to new situations, capacity to learning, remembering based on experience, understanding, and application of abstract concepts. The most important thing here is adaptation. I would outline several things. Artificial intelligence is an emulation. So basically, to some extent, this is some device or concept, software code or whatever, which can adapt and can structurally and regarding links partially meets or emulates natural intelligence of the person. Brain is not a collection of knowledge in itself. We cannot just draw this experiment and, for example, we remove half of the brain and say that this part of the brain was responsible for processing this particular kind of information. Brain is just a tool for knowledge processing. And another specific feature is that intelligence is outside-oriented. Adaptation is always looking outside. Consciousness is oriented outside. So intelligence is researching itself. Artificial intelligence is not including a shift to artificial consciousness, because intellect can look indefinitely into the environment but cannot consider itself as a part of this system. That's why they are not conscious. Here we can this is tackled in the theory of weak and strong artificial intelligence. Say, for example, there is a capacity of adaptation of some machine. First of all, it's personalization. we can maximally personalize education and let also select the learning path. If I got right, previous presenters, they suggested to create some database of new knowledge, materials, when everyone can get access to them. Visual intelligence can facilitate them in this effort, but artificial intelligence can be just a tool for facilitation. The object of facilitation, the person has to independently, consciously oriented towards goals, select the trajectory of their development, and also the dialogue model. As for example, let's make a thought experiment. 80 to 90% of training is shifted to training by artificial intelligence. Well, basically, people need a tutor, a mentor, a live person. And in this context, the validity, the value of personal education will grow. What are the threats here? Coming from the previous idea, again, this value of live education, it would grow. On one hand, it's good, but on the other hand, we would get a strong deficit. Not so much people would get access to live education. And this would engender competition. And in addition to that, another threat of facilitation is getting remote from practice. This is questionable. For example, when people are learning based on artificial intelligence, they can build their learning path more precisely. But on the other hand, artificial intelligence can replace them. Here we speak about those meta competencies. Artificial intelligence, at least now, it's weak AI. It cannot set goal internally. It doesn't have any consciousness. Cannot replace people at complex intellectual jobs. On the other hand, it can help avoid this model of mental machine I told you about. After universities, employees would like to see a prepared staff unit that can do some intellectual activities, so they can facilitate job capacities. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions, I'm ready to answer them. Thank you, Grigory, for your very interesting presentation, and I'm really happy that such mature thoughts and positions have been formulated, and I would just welcome that more students are formulating their own ideas on the formats of education. Of course, colleagues would have a lot of some questions while they are formulating them. I would ask some questions myself. First question. You suggest this self-education diploma. Here you are getting to the point, because the main task of education is to learn how to learn. So this lifelong continuous education, this is the competence that's going to be in demand. And now also we're tackling these approaches that the great at the end of education is both self-evaluation and cross-evaluation from other students. And from this viewpoint, this meta-competence in higher education, of course, that's arguable whether it can be formulated like this, but it's quite clear. Well, I would ask, Facilitation, if we go back into this term, deep into this term, is the capacity to give some positive feedback, affirmation for some activity. Or such object or object is negatively affecting the activities, that would be negative facilitation. Would you say then just artificial intelligence can only bring positive facilitation, or it can be also a negative facilitator? Thank you for your question. I would answer it like this. I think that basically intelligence, particularly artificial intelligence, is a natural positive facilitator. However, there are threats to facilitation. I mean this. First of all, we speak about the artificial intelligence. Who's configuring it? A human. If they have to help to learn, to improve the work and do the work better, if you remember, for example, I'm using it here better subjectively for at least one, and not worse subjectively for everyone else. It means that if we correctly set up the mechanisms, if we correctly set the goals, if we correctly constitute the system for this artificial intelligence, we would have only positive facilitation. But as far as we cannot immediately constitute this system totally right, there is just threats of facilitations, those negative consequences which might be implemented as a result, for example, of facilitation on one side. Local optimization results in global disorganization. This might happen. So I would say that facilitation is mostly positive for artificial intelligence, but that's until it's weak artificial intelligence and doesn't have consciousness and goal setting inside itself. But as soon as it has this consciousness and goes up to this cybernetization, cybernetic circuit inside itself, it can be negative facilitation, and it can change itself from inside. We cannot forecast what will be the consequences of this internal evolution. Hope I have answered your question. Question number 2. Have I got your right that artificial intelligence can replace live communication with the educator? Not exactly, because I have been saying that I am now referring to the research back in 2018 that vice versa, artificial intelligence cannot replace live communication between people. If in perspective they can replace the basic needs, say for example in learning, but as I remember, education is not just training and getting some skills and competence. This is also some ethical education that cannot be replaced because it can teach ethics as a subject, but cannot teach ethically, because it cannot set goals inside itself. It cannot do so that the other system, the trainee, to constitute another model of viewpoint with respect to a meta system. Thank you. And also from the viewpoint of perceptive capacity, however perfect is artificial intelligence, they cannot replace a live person. Okay. In this respect, well, if you can ask your question. Can I ask a question to Grigory? Thank you. Would you tell me, among the methods of artificial intelligence, what are most promising in the context of your presentation in the education activities. Thank you for your question. Well, we speak about facilitation. I would say that this is basically support for tendencies. We speak from technological viewpoint. I would say that machine learning would probably be the most promising compared to deep learning. They cannot say it exactly because I'm not really deep into the technical aspects of artificial intelligence, although I know quite a lot of basic concepts. But from the viewpoint of facilitation, I think that personalization, not just a tendency, but also as a way to affect. I say, for example, on educational environment of each learner. Say, for example, analysis of generic tendencies on energy consumption, example, or activity, or focus. Here, based on the basic psychological feature of a person, I would say artificial intelligence can select the optimal model of ways to teach. It can adapt the process of learning so that it's efficient to the maximum and forecast and suggest the development path. That's from the education viewpoint, but from the viewpoint of the employer, probably here it would be like this. Certain experts in artificial intelligence have to learn how to set up it so that based on this process mining technology, for example, fetching the processes, but mental in this case rather than physical, to set it up to performing some typical mental operations, drawing the analogy here with physical, so as to reduce the total typical workload on the category of employees like white collars. Here we have the methods related to process mining. To my view, this area of activity is relevant. Thank you very much, Georgi. Do you have any questions? Who else is ready to ask a question? Thank you. Thank you very much, Georgi. The next presentation is from Sherbakov, System Analysis of Processes in Educational Institutions and Universities. So you're now in cooperation with Karina, yeah? Okay, yeah, thank you. Can you see my screen now, dear colleagues? Yeah, we can. Dear colleagues, dear organizers, thank you very much for this opportunity to take part in work of this section. So our topic is systematic analysis of process for methodological provision and university. We are from Rostov University Ring. We'd like to thank the Russian Fund for Fundamental Research because we made our work under the grant from this fund. We speak about the methodological process inside the university. We can well understand that it's probably key among the provisional processes from the viewpoint of their effect of functioning of the educational institution and from the viewpoint of costs. Hence, we took our task to use certain methods of system analysis to take a holistic view of this process and understand how it can develop, how it's driven, which methods are more relevant, and what can we learn here. First of all, we, inside our group, we decomposed it into different sub-processes. You can see it here, it's partial, but basically it's like this. And we can underscore that as the competence-based approach, federal standards of generation 3 and other, and also modular and rating systems and other innovations being introduced, they are by and large increased the volume of methodological documentation and also requirements for their update and effort of educators in control and monitoring and constituting what are the criteria for a university in their methodological activities. We outlined 5 basic criteria. We put them in order based on the decision maker, the executive of the university, and their structural divisions. First is meeting the regulations. So this is mandatory for the activities of educational institution. Second is marketing attractability, because we create a curriculum to sell it. Sell it if it's additional education, it can be sold to students or other people, or for freshmen, so that we can get some control figures being accepted. Second is the quality of content. To use this methodological structure, this provisioning for the education process, so that's applicable. The budget for implementation. We can create a fancy curriculum, attract people, but nevertheless, how much would it cost? Can we uptake it in the context of our staff, our software, our capacities, our office space? And also efforts needed for methodological support. The feature here is that by and large it's hidden, and nowhere we have this inside the budget of a university. It's somewhere inside job description of educators, but no good executive can ignore it, because of course those efforts get people distracted from other kinds of job and the fact other KPIs, for example, in research. So this factor, of course, is important. What I can see after that, so this cycle, feedback cycle in the methodological activities of the university. I know that everyone who is familiar to educational institution So what can we underscore? What's the picture which is not always good for our development? So the idea is clear. We have methodological provisioning, we have this education process, we correct our methodology based on the results of the education process. In university, this cycle is quite long. This is the first thing. So we would need more than a year, for example, to introduce certain high-scale changes. Probably we would need full cycle of preparation, for example, in case of the baccalaureate. On top of that, we have 2 points. Those indicators we measure based on the result of the education process, they're not quite informative. Academic grades are not important in the context of quality of education process. Employment we cannot evaluate and control well. Residual knowledge cross-section, it's done on a case-by-case basis, basically evaluating the quality of education process, because the quality of methodological provisioning should, by and large, meet the high quality of education process. Evaluating the quality, we have to basically analyze the documentation, by and large, curriculum, and other documents. Probably education materials at some point, but we're not tackling its actual implementation in the education process. So that's a drawback, a downside. Another thing is quality of methodological provisioning, and here we formulated, I would say, quality pyramid. So this is the availability. So what does it mean, the methodological provisioning? First, it's availability of documents, of curriculum. Second is meeting the rules for templates, etc. Requirements for curriculum on control digits, interactive education, practice, competence matrix, so that we cover it, etc. There is the quality of text of this curriculum, and on top we have the quality of content. What's it all about? Together with the previous picture, draws us to a conclusion that there can be 2 challenges. Down, up, the effort of development and control is growing. And control digits are just controlled by some technical guy. Quality of content, for this we need a domain expert, of course. On the other hand, this criticality of this driver is decreasing. So this is the Maslow pyramid. No sense getting involved in the quality of content if we don't have any document, or if we have we failed to draw certain document. Most of our resources would be spent to cover our bottom stories. And in the context of this drawing, we would have 2 challenges. Not always, but still. Afterwards, we will speak about the strategies to reduce the effort. I wouldn't say that someone selected those strategies deliberately. The first option is reducing the quality of methodological provisioning. No one executive would say, just like do it, let's slack it. No. But the attention would be drawn both from the executive and the employees to the lower stories. Would they have enough resources for the top stories? I wouldn't say that. And the second thing is the strategy for getting forward. Methodological provisioning should not be a thing in itself. much tougher thing is to get it to meet some educational process. In reality, this work is apart from the education process. We just did it separately. There is some methodological provisioning, but it's inside the brains of the educators or somewhere on paper, but it doesn't, it's not related to what we actually do. If we speak about effort, we did imitation modeling, simulation modeling, driven by Mr. Khubayev, and we developed SIM-UML to evaluate methodological provisioning effort. We would not go deep into that. We created a complex, sophisticated simulation model for the methodological activities inside the university. On those processes we built, imitation models were built, and we got evaluation for the effort. Based on our evaluations, under the inputs we used for those organizations we tested it on, more than 20% of educators' time spent for this methodological activity. So what can a university do to reduce the effort? What are the strategies? I have split them into 3 lines of activity. The first, that we have less effort, we have to just reduce the number of educational profiles. This is a little bit in conflict with the marketing appeal, and to sell we need to have a good assortment. Second is unifying those educational curricula. If we, I would say, make more similar things and reuse them, just keeping the selection, the assortment, the choice, we are reducing the costs. The next thing is cooperation of universities to jointly develop the methodology. Here also at the level of this idea, this is the market of methodological materials and services. If certain legislative limitations, because of them, methodological provisioning is developed independently inside the university, this can exist weakly, in some weak form, but just imagine that some university, instead of developing methodology, has bought it from your university if I address the organizers. And just imagine that this methodological provisioning has been already certified and, if needed, checked. And we can just show it if needed that it has been certified. But from the legislative viewpoint, we still say that we develop it ourselves. And also enabling and automation. So you almost, your time is almost, we can apply this together. Automation of methodological activity is here, and because of that, and we also confirmed that from imitation models. Finally, is where can we take the ideas for improving those processes? Amazingly, around us, we have quite interesting things we can learn about or find inside our own organization. It's organizational management, including system dynamics, a massive online courses, and here the upside is quick feedback and educational analytics to correct our methodological provisioning on the spot. And last, is a software development industry where people see the same problems we are facing. And they have developed certain methods and ideas. Mostly those are agile methodologies, which is well adapted to our tasks and meet our principles of economic freedoms. So that's all from me. Thank you very much for your attention. Let me ask you a question. A little bit out of time, so just let make it quick. These are among the normative documents. Have you been considering this document as a professional standard? Because based on your report, the requirements from employment and the orientation of methodological process towards the requirements of professional community has not been considered. No, we consider that because under the process of methodological work, under GOST 3++, we have to select one or several professional standards according to our lines of activities, and then based on the generalized education functions, we have to formulate the list of competences. And again, I have my opinion that employment is a key indicator of quality of education process. This is my conviction of the Ministry of Higher Education. They constantly monitor and require minimum requirements. This is key requirement that has to be followed by educational programs also. I don't agree what you say about employment, as you can. I agree this importance for employment. Of course, it's our key goal. We are not preparing people just in case, but we would like them to become experts and professional. But the problem with this indication is not that it's not informative, but the process that we get in late. Depends on how the communication with the graduates. We have to readjust our decisions. Our planning horizon is about 5 years. Update the curriculum, yes. We have to take this into account. Yeah, to a certain extent it's like this. Thank you. Thank you very much, Sergey. Next presentation is from Nikitashkina Yulia. Her presentation is Human Resource in Interdisciplinary Research. Hello, can you hear me? Okay. I'm now shifting to screen sharing mode.
Еще раз здравствуйте. И прежде чем я
Hello again. And before my presentation,
и поблагодарить РФФИ, поскольку данные исследования.
I would thank Russian Fund of Fundamental Research because they have supported this research by grant. Success of interdisciplinary research is dependent on staff potential and the capacity of executives to build effective management strategy. Here we will speak about the work of a team that is involved in interdisciplinary research. It unites people in different domains with different competences. we implement joint activities, and this activity can be reduced to attracting different human resources. All that results in comes down to that traditionally this resource on analyzing diversity and today's realities dictate the necessity of adding such a component as generation. Generation is defined as people who have similar outlooks and views and being born in the same historical period. Our research is relevant because of historical premises that affect generational cohorts, more durable length of employment, structural changes in the employment market because of demographic changes. For example, currently, the group of 50 plus is today more than 25% of workforce in Russia. And based on the latest research, this generation will
и прогнозируется, что будет эта доля равная ориентировочно 50%.
It would be about 50%.
Коллективы на текущий момент и в перспективе состоят из сотрудников, относящихся к нескольким когортам, возраст которых
includes different cohorts of employees.
Варьироваться более чем на 30 лет.
Can vary by 30 years. This knowledge and understanding and being capable to manage those properties of educational cohorts allow to more productively use the potential of every employee. All this determine the relevance of this research. It determines management of resources based on managerial cohorts. To research resource management, we suggested our own methodology based on characteristics that are key for management, outlining such characteristics as the mechanism for coordination, top-down interaction, intra-corporate coordination, competence, and work quality. Those 6 key characteristics of a team are key for retention and development. They are the basis for management. Those are the groups of characteristics that the manager has to focus on. Based on this author's methodology, we established the features that allowed us to differentiate generational cohorts and identify their specific features. Also in our research, we based our research on a generational model developed by Strauss and Dada, and explained why those cohorts are really different in their characteristics. Under our work, we took such generations of employees like X, Y, and Z, and used selective polls run in different companies, including Russian respondents. As a result, So what we have arrived to, the understanding of these preferences and cohorts give executives the way to efficiently manage the employees and the ways to efficiently organize interaction between people of different ages and include an inclusive. This analysis of modern research, those characteristic labor patterns which are key for the management system, allowed us to formulate recommendations on human resource management based on the dominant provided for a specific team. So what are the outputs of our research? Each generation requires specific practices on the executive part. For Generation X, we need live interaction inside a team, expressed not just in top-down or horizontal interaction, but also practices of learning. Generation X, they have the priority of long-term, so that they can delegate something in long-term, some long-term projects, for example, in long perspective. Characteristic for them is autonomous work with minimal control on the part of the executives. And also if we speak about the practice of management of human resource, including personnel retention, here the key priority is acknowledgement of individual achievements and the traditional form of employment. We speak about development. Generation X, compared to other generations, are focused at the top-down growth, down to the top growth, but it's based on the key aspect of life, intra-team communication. Future generation oriented to virtual and live interaction. If they're focused on a developing of people in those groups. Short-term goal setting related to collectivism, to collective joint activities. We need continuous feedback, and also in the context of retention, we speak about retention. Here we speak about to this self-valuation, which is really important for such employees. Continuous stimulation of diverse practices, setting of priorities in joint teamwork. If we speak about development of those guys, contrary to previous generation, we can speak about horizontal growth and development. Latest generations are just entering the work domain, and the dominant, as of today, inside the team, they haven't reached such high positions, but the specifics, I would like to underscore them so that we can, the executives can outline those features for managing Generation Z. They need virtual communication inside this team, both vertically and horizontally, long-term and short-term education programs, which can be based on the programs of virtual involving online courses. They are characteristic of individualism, multitasking, functional diversity, and also as well as the previous generation. If we speak, for example, about development, then from the viewpoint of horizontal growth. If we speak about interaction with the executives, Generation Z, it's very personalized, very individualistic. They don't like
такое понятие в традиционном смысле слова этого контроль.
They don't like to be controlled. That control should be unobtrusive.
Как какая-то некая помощь, то есть с этой точки
зрения. They need to have more help. All those recommendations can affect and be the basics for the effective management of human resource.
Спасибо, Юлия Валентиновна. Уважаемые коллеги.
Thank you very much, Julia. If you have any questions, dear colleagues, please ask them now.
So, dear colleagues, you can ask the questions if you want now. So the characteristics of this work is the autonomous of work, and these are other ideas that can characterize. So this is a big information base of the Russian respondents. So Y is Y, and you have to really ask your bosses, and you can meet them face to face.
Но при этом это не отменяет того, что и сам очень важно вот это живое общение.
So this is important to have live communication. So we can really correct that when we create those tasks. We can correct the collective and the unification of them. Well, thank you. Dear colleagues, you can ask questions if you want. It's all right. No questions, Irina Valentina. Thank you for your talk. And now I would like to ask, according to the program, further, we have Alexeyevna. Is she with us? Yes, I'm here. Yes. Yes. If you have a presentation, you can download it. So Burukina Olga Alexandrovna, human capital and the relationships in the systematic paradigm. Today, the Finnish experience was mentioned. So they were able to evaluate that So, please, I will just make a small point. Olga Alexeyevna was working as a professor at our department at some point, and now she was hijacked, and now she's in Italy. She goes to Finland with us. She spends very little time. But welcome. Well, I'm so happy to be here. First, just a short point that I want to make, and then I will start talking.
First of all, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak at such a high-level forum on systems analysis as this international conference, which provides an opportunity to share best practices and discuss innovations in the development of today's systems approach. With your permission, given that the majority of the conference are native speakers of Russian, I will deliver my presentation in Russian, and I'm sorry for the absence of a PowerPoint presentation due to an increasing workload at two universities, the University of Vaasa in Finland and Tor Vergata University in Rome, Italy. So I'm switching into Russian. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. I really appreciate it very highly. Итак, с вашего позволения, я буду делать...
I will make a presentation in Russian, considering that most of the speakers are not English speakers. So my colleagues and from other respected universities in Russia, in the Russian Federation. So in the times of unprecedented technological and social changes, we have to adapt to the market requirements and correspond to the standard of quality. So we justify thus the expectation of students, and the national systems of the higher education are the most important mechanism of investing in the human capital. Basically, universities can be considered as accumulator and producers of the forms of the human capital, whose introduction in human capital is very big. So this is considered as the main engine of the economics, and they are contributing greatly to the development of the economies, multiplying international social connections, developing culture and the art, and creating non-material actives such as expert knowledge and the professional experience, and the scientific schools that can mutually explore intellectual potential. One of the key factors that defines the stability of the university, from my point of view, is the human capital. Information and the development of which depends on the inner environment and the outer environment, the condition of the entire social structure. So in that sense, the value of this research is to identify the modern state of the relationships between stakeholders and to analyze systems of the higher education. This is the American and Russian higher education, and the influence of the relationships of stakeholders on the American and Russian universities. The main research was conducted about technologies and the surrounding environments and the dysfunction theory, according to which the dysfunctions of the Russian economy are characterized by the decrease or complete disappearance of the systems and the negative results of restructurization that are happening in the last 30 years. According to the vitality of the systems, the intellectual systems on the basis of information communication technologies can be considered very vital, the behavior that can provide long-term competitiveness of the systems, including inner ecosystems of the university. The smart system is a fundamental concept of the organism adaptation and organization adaptation that use the self-organizing knowledge and ability to hear the self-factors and the reception of experience based on the external relationships, inner ecosystem and outer ecosystem and their combination. So the methodology can be considered as one of the methods, the structuring and destructuring, induction and deduction, and case analysis and cross-case analysis. The stable functioning of a system can be working as a result of this. And as we know, the economic system is an open dynamic system that provides the institutes and mechanisms that constantly support the stability of the system. So the ability of these systems is a general rule that organically is present there and comes to this disbalanced state when as a result of strange fluctuations, it diverges from the norms and understands the balance. Unlike the ecosystems for normal, and I mean ecological systems, the normal functioning of the economic system is influenced by complex of factors, including not just the objective, but subjective factors as well. And the results of the subjective influence and interlusion, and it has very important decisions that come without the ability to influence by the state organizations really happen to be very important, and the violation of the system is extremely strange, and that can bring the discrepancy and the dysfunctional situation in the system. The system loses control, and according to the Edgeby law, the non-managing parts of the systems fall off. This is the result of a differentiative approach when concentrating on one object, another object disappears from the field of vision. So if it's a higher level of decision making, there's a systematic problem. Destruction that leads to a loss of synchronicity, or using the biological terminology, is dysfunction. So dysfunction of the Soch Institute in sociology is used by Spencer, considering that this is one of the important questions. So dysfunction, according to Spencer, happens in time when there is this redistribution of function between the newly created, in the case of monopolization, and using the social needs. So it's considered functional if it contributes to the preservation of stability and integration in the society, and we consider it as dysfunctional if it works against its stability, but rather for the sake of its destruction. The limitation of functions brings to the social disorganization of the society. During our research, we specified further the ideas of functional, dysfunctional, functional, dysfunctional, stability, stability. So in the context of the research, the term dysfunction is a question of incorrect performance of various functions. And the dysfunctionality of the system, it's a multi-level performance of the functions with very types periodicity and being stable basis from modern scientists in the context of this research. Poltovich's transplantation is the most interesting one. Here is he considers that in in formal and informal norms, transplantation dysfunctions, and according to the dysfunctions, it says that well, there's 3 types of dysfunction. Transplantat is not required if we're using it in the cultural traditions or institutional structural recipient. So within the economic system, the introduction of transplantat means a big number of money, a big amount of money. And Todorovich uses the example, the bankruptcy institution, that from his point of view doesn't work effectively in the Russian Federation. Active rejection of transplantats, and so the conflict is very big. So the third type is tomorrow, and the Russian system of education is in this kind of situation today. So as for the Russian Soviet capital of development in the higher education, the problem of the relationship of stakeholders, based on the research that's been conducted today, we can make a conclusion about the destructive influence of the process of commercialization on the Russian university and their Americanization. So by Americanization, we mean the process of transportation of the institute, the national system of the United States, including the higher education, and their integration within the national system of the Russian Federation. The most destructive are the commercialization in the damaged part of the system related to the teachers. One of the examples is the absence of systematic guarantees of the lifelong hiring of teachers. Instead of this, as we know, the Russian teachers, without any exceptions, have to undergo the competition, formal or informal, or every 3 years, depending on the administration decision, which puts on the line their stability and their system of education. So those dysfunctional components evoke the following systematic problems: disjunction. The teachers, administrators, students, and the formation of their partition between the students and teachers, and the students and administrators together against the teachers. The second systematic problem, the lack of human capital in the universities, but not only in the Russians, but in American ones as well. So we're dealing with the mistakes that American administrators have made in the United States. That's what we have to be dealing with. So lack of human capital in universities and the decrease in the education quality, as well as number 4, the errors and the non-performance of main social functions are very important. So according to the general rules, the human capital is telling us that it was very important on all levels from the system of education. According to American analysts, but their number is not enough. According to American institutions and organizations, well, we have to be more able. And American colleagues came to the situation, and they came to the conclusion this problem will remain. So the theoretical approach that we chose allows us to solve the following research tasks. We have developed the methodology of the relationships between the stakeholders and their relationships with the people. We identified the elements of the dysfunctions in the American system and that of the Russian Federation, which I partly mentioned. Mutual dependency was found between the professional dysfunction and the vitality of the educational system. The structural deformation of the national systems of the Russian Federation based on the compulsory relationships is extremely important. The Department of Education, including the human errors and mistakes in terms of financing, the administration between the university and the teaching personnel, between the teachers and the students, the problem of generations, so-called problem of snake clause, which is considered very painful today. And so the students and the teachers so this is the questions of society that starts to position ourselves as the counteraction of the national system, and we've been considered dysfunctionality of this system and here and generally. So we have to establish the problems here that we considered and the dynamics of the development of the system and the modification of the systems and so on. So based on the systematic and comparative analysis, we have the functional questions here and the algorithm of influence on the corresponding elements of the human capital, the relationships of stakeholders. These results are very important, and so for the administration of the universities, we have the important deformations of the socio-economic relationships. Basically, this research is not finished. It will continue. So with the particular ministries, and I really hope that I will have a chance to tell you later about the results and aspects of these problems. Well, thank you very much. Yes, I will be happy to answer your questions now. Thank you. Colleagues, do we have any questions?
Так, я не вижу вопросов от аудитории, но можно я задам?
I will ask a question, all right?
Вот это исследование, которое вы проводите, я
So the research, perhaps I didn't hear it right, it's been conducted based on what? Where is it being done? In Finland? Is it based on Finnish education? No. What do you mean based on? On which base? You mean, is it your individual research or is it, no, this was conducted by, within the framework of a project with a grant that was received from the Ministry of Education of Finland. But in this case, two big national systems are taken as the main, the most valuable, the United States and the Russian Federation as two main leading educational systems, as we believe. So could you tell us? So, Maria Alexeyevna, we cannot hear you. Olga Alexeyevna, you said that the Russian universities took the American model, and which model do Finnish universities pursue? Well, thank you very much. unfortunately, the Americanization has mostly been related to the education in many countries, including the European Union. And in some way, it was dealt with the Finnish education. It's done in a different way, different education, different teachers. So they're not based on this process, or this not based. It doesn't mean that it's related to national systems of most of the European countries. Perhaps in many cases it's like this, but Finland, Italy, and Germany, France as well, probably suffered even more. Dear colleagues, do we have any more questions? All right. Then I would like to introduce my own talk now, which I will downsize so that we will be able to squeeze our talks within the framework that we have and finish at 6 o'clock like the other sections do. It will be also about the systematic problems of the science and education. Thank you very much. Thank you. I would like to pay your attention that this kind of practice that everyone is looking for the guilty party. So many students are learning basically just for the sake of their diplomas. And the students are blaming teachers for being backward and conservative and not using the most modern competitive methods and methodologies. Well, this kind of practice is extremely harmful, and we really have to understand the root of it, to see where the reason comes from. And by analyzing the systematic nature of these problems, we have to orient ourselves on the certain pattern that creates contour mutual influence of the institutes, the rules that dictate the building of relationships, construction of relationships of different elements of this system. And I believe that one of the biggest mistakes is here that most people do not feel that they are part of the system. And this practice is very, very, very harmful, because from my point of view, the system has inner qualities, but the qualities will be more attractive or less attractive that give us not synergetic effect, but the opposite one, depending on if people are working together as a team or they make efforts. So I think make disconnected, sporadic efforts. So what's important here is to understand the nature of this conflict and building up the relationships that will put us all in the same boat. So this is about the teachers and students, because the quality of the educational process depends on many many ways, on many things. So we cannot make a horse to drink. We can only bring it to the source of the water. So if teachers do not want to recognize their experience, or if they don't have the necessary level, then the result will not take place. So if the administration creates conditions when neither students nor teachers are allowing us to perform the functions, so solving these problems in science and education, they have to hear everyone, each other. So
that's why I would like to distinguish between dialogue and conversation. That's how the brain works. People hear the speech of other people and try to find where they can build a counter argument. And so basically, we often use the same words for different phenomena or vice versa. We have one phenomenon, the same phenomenon, but we use different terminology. This is the communicational problem. This dialogue-based conversation, discussion based on the desire to ground your own point of view to be right. In this case, people can't possibly improve the situation. The dialogue is a way of communication where we originally are at the point when we don't have a strict, rigid vision of situation. This vision is inadequate and truncated. It reflects the experience of a specific person, but it's far from a real picture. Another person has the same subjective world picture, and they have a right for this picture. But in the dialogue, those points of view are collated and overlapped. If there are some discords, of course, we have to look into how we can resolve those distinctions. If the experience is the same, the outcomes would be the same. But if not, then not. The dialogue is this kind of communication. For the time we are listening to another person, we have to get as much removed from our own point of view and try to hear the essence of what the other person is saying, the main idea, the main essence of what they're saying. And also we can ask questions so that to specify what they meant. And when we have understood that, we put every effort to understand another person, then we can superimpose our own world picture on top of that and continue. This way of communicating is the only chance to start resolving systematic challenges in science and education. Olga was right by saying that the practice of today, when educators are always stimulated to certain requirements and the number of publications, participation in the scientific works, many things are used, and this practice is just killing in people this willingness to be creative. They just don't have time left for that, and they are forced to adapt to the system. Olga came a little bit later because she was involved with her education activities, but we had a presentation by Mr. Turikov, who said that the number of publications has been growing and the quality is decreasing. This is a global tendency, not just Russia-wide. And it means that people are just forced to adapt to systems organization. No one wants to be out of their job, to be out of their wages. I wouldn't like to blame university administration for that, because they are not the ones to blame, because this guilt category is outside of systematic research in the system. Everyone played their role. And I would say that this rule, according to which we are regionally building the system, they're erroneous. Sometimes they become not just erroneous, they become some traps. It's really difficult for us to get out, and we cannot do it alone. And this is a system that starts to pull us in. Why the executives of the universities are so much worried with publications and ratings? This is interrelated all. This is not a decision of specific executives of specific universities. This is a top-level decision of a higher nature. This is determined either on the national level or a global level. If we look at how those rules emerge, they can be hypotheses. I haven't checked it yet, but I would like to suggest it to my students to do this research. I would say that behind all those processes is the financial lobby, because everyone is trying to earn money on educators. The main task of an educator or a scientist is either to pass on their knowledge or create new knowledge and publish the knowledge. This is their main function. They're tasked to write a good article. But now the educator is in the system where they have to write an article and also find a way to publish them in a good magazine. Otherwise, they would be punished for this as well. Or your work would be just devaluated. This is a detrimental practice for evaluating the work of a scientist or educator based on where the article was published. The quality of an article and rating of a magazine cannot correlate. They're different things. Educators and scientists have to pay their own money for their publications, at least for the option to attract editors, because they do not have time to meet all the requirements for all the magazines, because they pose different requirements. There's no uniform standard for scientific publication. And what Olga said and what we tackled in the very beginning, what Marina told about. Anyway, I would say that until we haven't understood that we are all interrelated by this whole system, and until we stop putting the blame and speaking in the terms of blame from one another, we'll never solve those problems. This is a system that would pull us in, and this trail would be getting deeper and deeper, and we'll never get out of it. So this is my basic thought I would share, because we're almost out of time, and I'm time aware, of course. I would have told you more, but the main idea is that we have to be aware of the common things among us, and we can cope with this situation by uniting our effort rather than competing. Colleagues, thank you very much. And for wrapping up, I just ask you to express your own ideas or remarks. Thank you very much, Svetlana, for your remarkable presentation of important problems and for suggesting the paradigm for solution. And I'm absolutely agree with you. There's no place for blame here, because most probably this is the problem of goal setting, because the common goal setting has been disjuncted, and administrators of universities, of ministries and educators, they do goal setting in different levels, but I think that students don't know how to do that, as their parents as well, I would say. But as far as summing up this conference is concerned, I don't know how we do that now at sections and conferences. Probably it would make sense to make some concluding document to generalize the similar ideas in all the presentations, and make a resolution to be published at the conference site of National University site, and also to send it to certain stakeholders. Yes, of course, we'll do that. In this respect, I would ask everyone who is here, maybe just in one or two sentences, to express what would you like, what would you like to express, so that we have some agreed formulation. Of course, we will include everything, but so that this is some author's text from every one of you. Okay, thank you very much. So, dear colleagues, does anyone want to make a point? Thank you very much, Svetlana, for this option to co-model, to be here together and listen to the presentations from our respected colleagues. Thank you very much. And I wish success to all of you. I also would like to thank all of you partially to disconnect for some purpose. We had problems with another section. We had to resolve them, but those presentations that I heard in the beginning and later, they are really worth attention. And I thank any one of you for being here, for tackling all those challenges, and also expecting the small resolution on your presentation. Colleagues, thank you so much, and goodbye. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Yeah, bye.
Иван, мы завершаем конференцию, можно останавливать запись. Переводчикам спасибо большое.
Спасибо вам большое за внимание.